Oh, hi everyone. Hi. Good evening. How are we doing today? It's a bit of a quiet one today. Not wearing any makeups today because I'm still conscious of how my skin's doing, but doesn't it look nice? That's why I'm shiny. I'm shiny today because I've got oil on me. But doesn't that look nice? Wow. All right, I'm gonna get to work. I don't know how long I'm gonna stream tonight because it's already late, but I want to do some work. So we'll see. I got my coffee, and I'm ready to go. It is very quiet today. I guess most people would be asleep or just waking up. La 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 la. Hello. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, middle of the day for you. I'm good. I'm good with my shiny skin. Oh, I'm very happy with how my face looks right now because of everything that happened to it. So I'm like going, oh my god, it's so lovely and soft and smooth and not itchy and not bumpy. Right? This is it. This is makeupless, man. I'm cured. I am cured. Lonely pumpkin with romantic love being a big theme in Elbaf. What do you think of my theory that Zoro and Sanji will kiss? All I know is, well, all I know, my theory is Sanji's gonna get Zoro's cock out, but that's about as much, you know? That's the most I can guess. You're reading my past chapter reaction. The Garp fans are not happy. I found out in the last chapter, Garp fans thought that was a win. They thought it was a win that Garp didn't know, right? Looking like Gear 2 Luffy today because I'm shiny. Right? They thought it was a win that Garp didn't know. Because what I've realized is they've reasoned in their head, no, if Garp didn't know that the Celestial Dragons were doing this, then him being a Marine is fine, right? But of course, that's not what we're arguing. I was arguing it doesn't matter, because I even said that in a past chapter. I said it doesn't matter if Garp doesn't know or not at this point, because he's still a Marine after seeing it. Like, I think that's what they're not comprehending. Like, we're not saying, oh, Garp knew all along, he knew all along. We're saying Garp saw the horrors, but he's still a Marine after those horrors. That's the issue. Because, like, they're getting mad at me. They're getting mad at me for basically calling calling Garp a hypocrite and a bum. And it's like, how can you not think that after what we are seeing Dragon go through? You know? But it wasn't a win. Absolutely nothing about it was a win at all because we knew that Garp was still a Marine. Like, this is what I'm not understanding. There is no win. The only possible win that there could be is there's an insanely fucking good reason for Garp to still be a Marine. Like, insane. I'm talking blackmail situation, you know? I'm talking when Robin sold out the Straw Hats and Water 7 to actually protect them situation. I'm talking about shit like that. Like, unless Garp has the most insane fucking reason to still be a Marine and to keep following under Marine jurisdiction, there's no win, which is what's confusing me, which is why it's like I kept telling people it doesn't matter if he knew or not beforehand. In the current day One Piece, he knows now, and he's still a Marine. Like, why is this so shocking? What Garp is seeing, and this is what's getting me, what Garp is seeing turned Dragon into a revolutionary. Like, they are seeing the same thing, yes? And his son was so disgusted with what he was seeing and what he was a part of, he became a revolutionary. Because he realized the Marines don't do shit. They don't save shit. Like, he realized that, you know? So it's like, because it's safe to say that the God Valley are the events that made Dragon quit the Marines. What else could it possibly be? So it's like, unless Garp is working with Dragon, which I highly fucking doubt, because Garp is not smart enough. I don't know. I do not think Garp is smart enough to be able to work with Dragon personally. That people think he's like some kind of super spy. I do not believe he is. I don't believe he's smart enough to be doing that. And I do not believe that works with what his character is supposed to be, which is an old stubborn boomer. Do you know what I mean? It always has been ever since Marineford, you know? So it's like, I'm confused about people having that theory, because it's like, I don't know. Look, I think what will... Since Dragon trusted him with Luffy, Roger trusted Garp with Ace. I personally don't see anything in that. Because what I see is Dragon knew he was the most wanted man in the world. Who else could he possibly give Luffy to? I don't personally see that as a trust thing. I see that as there's nowhere else for Luffy to go. I never saw that as trust. I saw that as Dragon literally has no other direct family, and he knows Garp won't at least kill Luffy, right? But Garp was still trying to turn Luffy into a Marine. You know? I don't know how Dragon feels about his father, but I would not say that Dragon trusted Garp per se. I'd say that Dragon didn't really have the options to consider where else to put Luffy personally. Because where else was he going to put Luffy? Who else could possibly raise Luffy? No one else. There's no one else that could have done it. Everyone else Dragon knows is a revolutionary with him. And he didn't want Luffy with him because otherwise Luffy would be in danger. Right? So it's like, I don't see that as a trust. I see that as the only option. But, at least that's just my take. Hi, Crash. But, what was I saying about Dragon? Now I've lost it. Oh, what will make or break this for me? He couldn't keep Luffy with him because Luffy was his direct son. Sabo was not his direct son. Sabo is a child that he helped, yes. But Dragon literally has a line where he says a child is a parent's biggest weakness. Because here's the thing. Remember when Guinea got taken and people got really fucking mad about Guinea getting taken? And like, oh, why didn't Dragon save her? Blah, 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 blah. Because the revolutionaries will always put the common person over themselves. This is the sacrifice that they are making. It is a direct contrast to what the Marines do. So the revolutionaries, Guinea got kidnapped. They knew Guinea got kidnapped and turned into a slave. However, at the time, they were saving a bunch of innocent civilians. They couldn't go after her. Not only that, she got taken to the Holy Lands. It would be a great risk to them and to probably a ton of slaves in the Holy Land for them to go and get her. So they couldn't do that because it was way too many risks to factor in, right? If Sabo in his current time, right, got taken, do you think Dragon would be like, oh, we have to get him back. We have to get him back. I think Dragon would be incredibly upset, of course. Sabo is still part of his, like, team. He's still important to him. Luffy, on the other hand, is incredibly important to Dragon. If anything happened to Luffy, I think Dragon knows he would put Luffy above the revs. That's the issue with Luffy being his son. People go, oh, he raised Sabo, he raised Sabo. Sabo's not his son. Sabo is not his son. Sabo is not, like, he's not looking at the East for Sabo. Yes, he raises children and he helps children who want to make a difference, who want to be part of the revs. Dragon didn't want to force that on Luffy. You know? Sabo actively wanted to be part of the revolutionaries. He wanted to change something. If Dragon kept Luffy, it would have been a forceful decision of Luffy being under the revs. Dragon didn't want that. I think it's quite clear to say Dragon didn't want that, right? Like, I feel it's more obvious than ever that the only reason, or the main reason Dragon didn't want Luffy anywhere with the revs is, one, to protect him, two, because he knew he would have picked Luffy over the revs. Because, as Dragon said to Kuma, a child is a parent's greatest weakness. Dragon's literally admitting Luffy is his Achilles heel. To an insane extent, Luffy is his Achilles heel. And he is the revolutionary leader army. He can't have that Achilles heel, or he can't let people know that he has an Achilles heel, right? He's the most wanted man in the world. Sabo is not that to him. Sabo isn't his Achilles heel, right? That's why there's such a difference there. I don't know, when people equate Sabo with Luffy, it's like they are insanely different situations. Well, now Luffy's picked his own path, which Dragon was excited to see. But what will make or break how Garp is for me, because he's pissing me off, okay? He's pissing me off. So what will truly make or break how Garp is after this God Valley incident is if or when he talks to Dragon. If or when we see him talking to Dragon, that conversation is going to be what truly makes or breaks Garp. In my eyes, because a lot of people think I'm on the Garp slander train. I slander Garp, but the reason I slander Garp is because I have watched him do things like pick his job over his family. I have watched him be a spineless coward because he's decided the Marines are where he should put his energy, and not into helping poor, less privileged children who were given to him, basically, due to the Marines trying to kill them as children. Ace is who I'm talking about, right? And people call that an agenda. And it's like, I guess you can say I have a bias against Garp. We all have a bias against whatever we're reading, right? But I'm literally reading the story for what it is. I literally watched Garp pick the Marines over Ace. And I literally watched it unbeat the shit out of Garp and say, how the fuck could you do that? And I did not feel sorry for Garp, because I agreed with Didun. And I truly do believe that scene was meant to be us agreeing with Didun. Not feeling bad for Garp, but saying, she's right. What a fucking bastard. Like, what else could that have been? I don't understand people looking at that scene and thinking we're meant to feel sympathy for Garp. Like, when I feel sympathy for Didun and Luffy in that scene, not for Garp, you know? So, a lot of people are saying I'm on the Garp slander train, and it's like, because I've watched what Garp has done. I'm seeing what he's doing. I see how he prioritizes the Marines first. And I don't like that. I think that's wrong. I think he's prioritizing an organization over people, personally. And I think it's wrong. Because I hate when people go, oh, Marineford and the pirates, blah, blah, blah. Marineford, they killed Whitebeard knowing Whitebeard was protecting islands and did nothing to move to protect the islands that Whitebeard was looking after. Why? Because the islands that Whitebeard was looking after were outside world government jurisdiction, therefore they don't have human rights. The world government have the Marines up their lap as their lapdog. Therefore, when the Marines protect people, they protect people under world government jurisdiction. And anyone under world government jurisdiction has human rights. To Marines, if they are like talking to people or around people that are not under world government jurisdiction, to Marines, by marine law and justice, those people do not have human rights. It has been reiterated about 2 to 3 different times now. From Wano to Elbaf, that has been reiterated. If they are not under world government jurisdiction, they do not have human rights in the eyes of the Marines. And that's exactly why pirates like Whitebeard had islands that they were protecting. Yes? So when people go, oh, but the Marines, like, it's better to have Marines than pirates, blah, 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 blah. The Marines are the ones who are saying to people, you don't have human rights. Right? And a lot of pirates are created due to the fact that they don't have human rights. Yes? I keep saying it's a circle. Marines are creating criminals. Marines are creating pirates because they are creating this inner circle that they are protecting. If you're not in this inner circle, you're out there. What the fuck are you supposed to do? It's just ridiculous. Fishman Island is part of the world government? Is it? I thought the whole thing is they wanted to be part of the world government. Wasn't that the whole story of Princess Otohime or Queen Otohime? I thought the whole thing is they wanted to be. They were invited to the reverie. But I don't know if they're under world government, like if they're a nation under the world government. I'm personally not sure, but either way, that further is disgusting. That the if Fishman Island was under the world government, or are under the world government, they're not even getting protection. Because they're a lesser race in the eyes of the world government. Right? So even with them being under the world government, they are still not receiving protection to the extent that they need to be, because they're not seen as important. I thought the whole point of the Fishman Island backstory is they weren't part of the world government and they were trying to be. But even if they are, they're not being treated with any protection. So even if you're part of the world government, you still get fucked over. And you know what? That's probably what Rox is so frustrated with Harold about. Because even if Rox wants to join the world government, Harold wants to join the world government, Rox is basically saying to him, it's a fool's game. You fucking lose either way. They do not see you as existing beings to protect. You know? So that just further proves my point. Like, they're part of the world government and they still don't fucking get protection. And they're supposed to. Like what's the point? Oh god, that's just horrible. Where the fuck was Garp when Shirahoshi got taken, by the way? And they were trying to turn her into a slave. How interesting that he just vanished when that happened, huh? He went, see ya, princess. All I know is if you talk to fishmen and you say to fishmen, who do you feel more comfortable around, the Marines or the Revolutionary Army? Guess what their fucking answer is going to be? It's sure not going to be the Marines. It sure as fuck is not going to be the Marines. And that's what I keep saying. That no, the Marines do not protect the common person in the way people yell that they do. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Because if the Marines were doing that, the Revs wouldn't fucking exist. I really don't know why I have to keep reiterating that point. It's like people want to deny it. They're desperate to deny it. They don't want to believe it. And it's like, if the Marines were truly doing the good you think they were doing, we would not have the Revs. Why is that so hard to understand? I just don't get why that's so hard to understand. It's driving me nuts. Hang on, I'm cold. I gotta put in my hoodie. Ow. I'm not sure what Dragon's route is going to mean. Considering I don't know what Oda's going to write. I can see Oda writing everything needs a little bit of everything to be able to work, right? But what I'm seeing in the story currently is Dragon saving people to the best of his ability as a low-class, low-powered Marine. He's trying to save slaves. He's trying to save babies, right? On the other hand, I'm seeing the Marines, such as Garp, not actively moving to save anybody. Garp is only there to get Roger. And he's going, whoa, is this real? Is this real? I'm not watching Garp save fucking anyone. I'm watching Kuma save people, and I'm watching Dragon save people. I don't know if Dragon's path is truly correct either, but what I do know is one of them has woken up. What I do know is one of them is actually doing the work to save the common person, while the other one has a pirate tunnel vision that is actively hindering how he protects people. That's the problem. Because I agree. Yeah, I'm reading people saying that the Marines do more good than bad, and I feel like I'm going insane because that's not what we see. Exactly. Every time people say the Marines do more good than bad, they basically say, oh, well, you know, we don't see it. Like, they say, oh, there's more bad pirates than good pirates, and I say, where? Because all the pirates that were bad were given power by the world government, by the Marines, and the Marines had to then work with them, right? All the so-called bad pirates that were taking over nations were either affected by what the Marines were doing to them, so they became what they were, or they had the power of the Marines behind them. Which is what is actually insane to me. So it's like, so the only pirates in the series that are like horribly, horribly, horribly bad is usually because of Marine influence or Marine intervention. Like, the reason Kaido is who he is because he was born in a war-torn nation that was desperate to constantly cough up heavenly tribute, right? And then what happened? The Marines caught him and he was going to be sold to the world government as a bargaining chip for his kingdom. He was basically going to be enlisted, like military enlisted. The Marines are part of Kaido's backstory regarding how they didn't help him. They didn't help him in any way at all. They were, in fact, he was about to be part of them unless he stood up for himself and said, how the fuck can you treat me like this? Right? I'm not saying Kaido's a good guy. He's not. But I am saying that people tell me I'm not seeing nuance in the Marines, but these same people are not seeing nuance in pirates. They're not seeing nuance in pirate backstories. They're not seeing nuance in Kaido's backstory. I think Kaido's backstory is so important regarding what the Marines and the world government are doing to the world. And people they pshaw me. They pshaw me because they're like, oh, it wasn't a big backstory anyway. And it's why I'm like, yeah, and yet it told us everything we needed to know. Kaido's backstory is one of the most politically heavy backstories we have in the series. And it's like 4 pages long. Really think about that. Literally. He was being literally bargained off as a chip by his nation to be enlisted for military might. Because they basically were trying to take his autonomy from him. And he was in a country that was war-torn because of the world government. Because factions like the Marines do not help people like Kaido. Like, what? How do I have to keep saying this? Now you have the Cross Guild who are putting up bounties for Marines, and the common person is turning on the Marine because the common person is not being helped by these Marines. That was a whole thing of when we had that guy who took out T-Bone, T-Bone was apparently one of the decent ones, but he took out T-Bone, and then we got told that this guy came from a nation that was starving. It was in a drought. There was no food. There was no water. He was desperate. The Marines don't help people like him. They don't help these starved, desperate helping people that desperately need that help. They are the oppressed of this world, and they get nothing. But then people have the audacity to turn to me and say, oh, but pirates are worse. Like, I do not believe they are, because it is the Marines' duty and job, allegedly, to protect these people, and they don't. Like, what are we talking about? The pirates do not have an obligation to protect anyone. Anyone. And yet I see pirates wanting to help people more than I see Marines wanting to help people. Because they're not an organization that has to obey the higher-ups that say, no, 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 you only protect the people we tell you to protect. It's just so frustrating. It is so frustrating. And I need to use that Fishman Island argument more. If you talk to a fishman and you asked a fishman, who would you feel more comfortable around, a Marine or a Revolutionary Army member? They'd fucking say a Rev. There's no way they'd say a Marine. The Marines have fucked them over tons of times. They would not say a Marine for the fucking life of them. Because, of course, the fishmen are supposed to be a representation of an oppressed race, right? In One Piece. They're supposed to be a representation of a race that gets nothing from the world government. They have to fight for their rights within the world government. And, of course, that mirrors reality to a great extent. It mirrors reality to an extent of things such as police brutality, especially against non-white people, right? It's not political, it is political. This is supposed to be an idea of what, like, Fishman Island is. And I'm not saying, like... I mean, I am saying that is what it's supposed to be showing. There's a reason that there are fishmen joining the Revolutionary Army. But I can't think of a fishman that's a Marine. You know? Maybe there is one. I'm not sure, actually. And we have people saying, oh, but Dragon said the Marines aren't his enemy. He said the world government's his enemy. Yes, because the Marines obey the world government. Like, when people separate the Marines from the world government, it actually drives me insane. Like, that's their boss. That's their boss. The reason he's not targeting the Marines is because he knows the Marines are already in this system. They obey it. So if they get to the tippy top of this system, they can take down everything else. That's the point of them going after the world government and not the Marines. They're looking at the Marines and going, they're just a bunch of brainwashed dogs. They can't change them unless they change the top. Like, that's the point, right? Because that's their boss. God, it's just so frustrating. I really don't understand why this is hard to understand. Someone said to me, leave your politics out of it. They said to me, leave your politics out of it because you're clearly biased against the Marines. Because I'm biased against cops in real life. And I'm like, I am watching the Marines commit genocides. Multiple times. And not protect people. Multiple times. And you think my feelings for the Marines are a real life feeling I have against real world military powers. Don't get me wrong, I do not like real world military powers. But there's a realism in what Oda is writing with the Marines. That's the point. So they're basically saying, leave your idea of how you feel about real world cops and Marines and military out and look at the Marines within the story for what they're doing. Okay, I'm done that. And I still don't like them. Like... And I still don't like them. I am still watching the Marines actively act out, like they are acting out genocides. Why are people so reluctant to understand that the Marines are the ones that carry out the busticles? I don't get it. For some reason, they want to think, no, the world government does that. Who is the one that is at the beck and call of the busticle? The Marines. The Marines are the ones that appear when a buster call is made. They are the ones that act out the genocide, right? And there's also indication that the burning of Flevant's town was also by Marines because Law hates Marines. He fucking hates them. He doesn't trust them at all. Law doesn't trust Marines to the point he turned to a literal groomer, cult leader groomer that wanted to use and abuse him. That's how much he didn't trust Marines. To the point that Corazon couldn't even tell him he was a Marine. And Corazon was even going to quit being a Marine to protect Law and to travel with Law. Right? Law hating Marines isn't just a, oh, he's just a kid. It's because there's clear indication what happened to him was at the hands of Marines and the world government. Like... I just don't understand. I'm throwing my politics aside, and I still see that the Marines are not helping the common person. I still see them not helping children. I still see them not helping slaves. I still see them not helping any oppressed person that is desperate for their help. Like, I just don't understand it. Korra joined the Marines because Sengoku picked him up. It is actually super interesting. We keep seeing a lot of Marines, and a lot of the time the Marines have become Marines because a Marine has picked them up. But then a lot of them will quit the Marines. But we don't see the opposite. I don't see the common pirate turning into a Marine. Right? I think maybe that might have been G5, but I'm not 100% sure. But I don't think we have seen a pirate go, actually, you know what? I'm going to be a Marine now. Oh, we have seen that with Django, didn't we? But that's because Hina was hot. We did see that, but we haven't seen to such an extent that we have with Marines quitting Marines and becoming outlaws, that we haven't seen pirates quitting being a pirate and becoming Marines. Would the Marines accept an old pirate easily? Who fucking knows? I bet they left Zeph alone because they were scared of him. Because he was in the east. Zeph was the fucking goat. Zeph traveled the Grand Line when it really meant something. Like, people, like, ignore... he's still the goat, but people really ignore what a fate it was to travel the Grand Line, right? It still is, but Zeph traveling the Grand Line and coming out alive is fucking crazy. Like, that's a huge accomplishment. We also don't see that the Marines have human morals. We saw that the Marines actively starved Gin when they captured him. Hey, fun fact, guys, that's against the Geneva Convention. Ah! Did you know that? That it's a human rights violation to starve your prisoner? Did you know that? Just fucking insane. The Revs are not starving the Celestials, they're limiting their food supply. We are literally watching that the Celestials are still eating. If anything, it sounded like that was propaganda. It sounded like the world was saying they were starving them, and then guess what we see? They're not actually starving. They're actually limiting their food supply, but they still have tons of food. Not to mention, the Celestial Dragons can still get food on their own. They just have to come down. Right? I'm not sick. I'm actually better now. I'm just not wearing makeup, lol. Like this, oh, they're starving the Celestials because they're not coming down from their fucking perch. They have the power and the ability to leave and get food somewhere else. And they're not. Never! Isn't this sultry music? Hang on, I want to find images. The example we have is, oh, I can't have 12 meals today. I can only have 7. I go meow. I go meow. I just got a blast from the past. I saw the eHarmony dating video. The I love cats. I love every kind of cat. I just want to hug all of them, but I can't hug every cat. Can't hug every cat. Hang on, I have a good video that truly encapsulates how I feel about what's going on with the Marines right now. Hang on, I'm gonna pause this.
Have some compassion! Have some compassion!
That exactly encapsulates what I'm looking at right now. Have some compassion! That's how I feel when I look at what the Marines do. Like when Sengoku was the famous legendary chapter, I still think it's chapter, I think it's 1082 or 1084, when it was revealed Buggy's backstory and past with Shanks, and Sengoku was in the fucking Marine food hall going, oh my god, I can't believe people are turning against us. And then we found out the man was from a starving nation that was getting no help. And I felt like this to Sengoku.
Have some compassion!
Like, that's fucking crazy, right? I just can't believe this. Have some compassion! Anyway, I was looking at videos to use. No, this does not deserve to be a short, because I know a short would just get misconstrued. It needs to be a whole video. But I'm waiting. I'm waiting for whatever conversation that I think Garp and Dragon are going to have. Like I said, that is really going to make or break the way I see Garp. Currently, he's on my insane shit list. He's on a heavy, big, fat shit. He's top of the shit list. Not top, but he's on the shit list. However he talks to Dragon, or whatever reaction he has with Dragon, is going to be my nail in the coffin of how I feel about him. But he's already truly on my shit list because of how he treated Ace in Marineford. I still cannot believe people, like, try to tell me, actually, Ace didn't do himself any favors. I just never get over that. Top of the shit list, you know, it's probably Imu. Garp's not Imu, is what I'm saying. I don't think he's the fucking evilest of evils. I just think he's kind of a shitty person. It's a hypocrite. It's true. Roger chose Garp to look after Ace because he had fucking no one else. I keep saying this. Roger was in a situation where he was dying. His crew had just parted. He got Rouge pregnant after his crew had left. And then he got taken in. He had no time. He literally had no time. And the thing about Garp is, well, at least he won't kill babies. At least the bare minimum, he won't kill babies. Thank fucking God. Everyone clap for Garp. Like, everyone please clap. Garp won't kill babies. Wow, good job, Garp. You're really setting the standard. God, this is how I feel talking about Dragon is getting the woman treatment. The woman treatment is woman does insane acts, works insanely hard, is still not really credited for the work that they are doing. Man does bare minimum and suddenly, oh thank God he's a hero. That's exactly what's happening on God Valley right now. Garp has literally done the barest of bare minimums by going, wow, this is crazy. He hasn't even said what he's seeing is evil, by the way. He's just said that this is basically lawless and crazy. He hasn't actually said anything about this being, like, evil yet. Dragon, on the other hand, throwing up, crying, wanting to die, trying to save people, knowing that this could be the end for him. And people want me to clap for Garp? I don't think so. I don't think so. Dragon's busting his fucking ass and balls, and I'm supposed to clap for Garp in this situation? Like, what do you want from me, you know? I think the reason a lot of people get really iffy about the revs and really iffy about Dragon and talk down Dragon so much is because they know Dragon's existence makes Garp look like shit. I stand by this. Dragon existing in of itself makes Garp a hypocrite. It makes Garp look horrible. Because one of them is doing something drastic to try and save people. The other one is kind of settled in a, well, I guess it's the most I can do. You know what I mean? Dragon actively makes Garp look bad, which is why people have the theory of, oh, well, maybe Garp's helping Dragon. Because how else can we reason this, right? How else can this be reasoned? I just don't know what else this could be. You know what I saw someone say, and it has to be bait, but I saw someone say something about you keep... Like, what did they say? It was like, you keep talking about the story with this moral slop. It had to be bait. It had to be bait. There's no way that's real. I refuse to believe that someone is reading One Piece and not thinking about the morals of One Piece. I refuse! I refuse! I refuse that they are so stuck in agenda posting that they're calling the idea of Garp still serving a system that supports genocide moral slop. Like, that's literally the don't think about it too much argument, you know? And I've told you guys this, there's nothing I despise more than a media that tells you don't think about it. Unless it's funny, I hate that. I hate media where the more I think about it, the more it either doesn't make sense, or the more it shifts into an idea that is kind of disturbing and not a good disturbing way. Like in a, wait, what's this media trying to say kind of way? You know what I mean? I cannot stand that. I cannot stand the don't think about it type of people. It's good to think about things. What did the Marine say to Dragon? Stop having independent thoughts. It distracts from the group or something. Sorry, I'm looking for a video to use. People who don't... Yeah, Tsubaki, I think you missed when I talked about Death of the Author. But I showed the photo of Nepal and their protests and they're flying the Straw Hat Jolly Roger. And I was explaining to people that this in itself, like, is an act of Death of the Author, right? Because Oda has said nothing about any of this stuff. But the people of Nepal have chosen to use this fictional symbol as a symbol for something that they believe, right? And they're not throwing out the meaning of One Piece or anything, but it's what it means to them. Death of the author is what it means to you as a person. For example, death of the author for me is, yes, I understand that what Sanji is probably not supposed to be, like, regarding, like, his ideas of who he is because of what happened on Kamabaka Island, right? I understand that probably was supposed to be a gag. So I understand author intention. However, I can also see it in a way that's personal to me, in a queer way that is personal to me. Do I think Oda did that on purpose? Who knows? But because of my own ability to basically think and have a connection to the story in my own personal way, I will also see it that way. That's death of the author. I'm not throwing out Oda's intention or meaning. I basically have my own feelings for this piece of media that I, knowing that that probably is not the intention, am still going to feel either way. That's death of the author, right? Death of the author is not claiming a piece of fiction and ignoring everything the author is doing as a person. That's not death of the author. Which is why it's frustrating when I talk to people about this stuff. Do, 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 do. Can we all say an L in chat for the fact Jared Leto was cast in the new Tron? Because how does he keep getting roles? That is a horrible, horrible human. Speaking of death of the author, and saying that you are in your right to not want to support something because you don't like the author. You are totally in your right to do that. Jared Leto's a fucking freak. He's the one that played the Jonker in Suicide Squad. I'm convinced that that man has blackmail on someone. I'm so convinced. I don't understand how he keeps getting roles. That or Hollywood really is just that bad, which I can also believe. I'm not finding anything I want. It's really frustrating. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sorry, there was a good video of it, like an animal crying, and I'm trying to find it. thinking about it, it's so funny that Jenga's the only pirate that has turned marine. The only one? That's fucking crazy. Just Django? I've lost all my crying stuff. Darn. Man. Don't I have a video of someone like lying in the rain somewhere? Oh, this is a guy coughing. There it is. Yeah, I'm using this one. Okay, good. Hello, muchacho. No, nothing to use from God Valley for the Kuma flashback because it reiterates everything that I've said and I say in here. I basically talk about Kuma wanting to save people, wanting to be like Nika, how that's turned him into a saint. I could talk about in God Valley we are seeing him save people, but we already know he did that. So, there's nothing to add because God Valley is just reiterating what we already know about Kuma. Which is, yeah, Kuma had the makings of a rev in him. Kuma's one of the only people trying to help people on this island. The two future revolutionary leaders are the ones helping people on God Valley. Not the Marine. Not Garp! Not go up! Ivankov as well, by the way. The 3 revolutionary leaders. 4 as well, if we count Guinea. Ow, that was loud. I talk about Iva in this as well, to a large extent. Every day I squee at the fact that Iva is Sanji's mentor. Oh my god, oh mama. Oda fucking loves that boy. Like, I'm sorry, Oda loves Sanji. His mentor's fucking crazy. Your death is a nuisance to every person who's ever known and loved you. Dear God, that is such— Oh! Ah! You heard that! Shut up! You heard my music too! You heard my music! You heard my music! You heard me speak! Oh, fuck! Thank God it was just... Thank God it was just me saying this line. Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. Nothing happened. Dun dun dun. Nothing happened. What? Melon leaks.
Yeah.
French accent. Punk! Punk! Oh my god, I have to show that now. Sorry, I forgot to keep playing music. Wait, I sent this to my Discord and I said, this is, I think, what Sanji sounds like to me. Like, in my head, this is how I truly believe Sanji speaks. I will find it immediately. Blue. Blue, blue. Blue. No, it's fantastic. Sorry, Tsubaki, you're French, so this might hurt you a little bit. Alright, here it comes. This music is just so sultry, goodness me. So remember, this is in my head what Sanji sounds like, okay? This is why he makes me laugh.
Not English, but ga, ga, ga,
Oh.
ga.
Rod, 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 Rod.
Bleu,
Blue.
bleu,
Blue.
bleu, bleu.
Punk, 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 punk.
I'm not
Punk.
English, but
Punk. I love the way he says blue.
ga,
Blue.
ga, ga.
Rod, 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 Rod.
Bleu,
Blue.
bleu,
Blue.
bleu, bleu.
Blue.
Punk,
I love punk.
punk,
Punk.
punk.
That's Sanji to me, bro. Like, that's what he sounds like. Oh, blue. He could have sounded like that in English. They missed an opportunity. Punk. How can you not be aware that Sanji is French? Yeah, I've heard his 4 kids. And pretty soon I'm gonna get that tuna too. Not only is he like a stereotypical Frenchman, his attacks are all in French. Like, how can you not know? No, he cooked those frogs in Skypiea. Oh, did you read it, Tsubaki? Oh. Oh, so you already knew it was good. Okay, what makes it good? Explain. This is not a trap. This is not a trap. This is not a debate trap. I genuinely want to know. Now sit down, explain why you like this thing, and I'll let you know why I hate it. I actually want to know. I'm not trying to trap you. Only because I don't know what makes a good Marvel story. Like, I'm not a Marvel... Well, comic book. I don't know what makes a good comic story. I'm just not a comic book fan. Control over himself and his powers. Oh, okay. I can see why that would be tantalizing. What was your favorite part? Did he say something that stuck to you? Terrible art. Oh. I'll be fucking dead in the ground before I read Batman. I don't care about Batman. Out of all superheroes on this earth that I could care less about, it goes Iron Man, Batman. I don't care. Because I don't care about a rich guy in a suit. I just don't care. I don't want to read about a rich guy in a suit. I mean, I'm not a Superman fan, but I might. Shut up. I know there's a character called Batman. I'm gasping at you. I'm sorry. I don't care. Do you guys know those Korean BL manhwas? That's like a super, super rich guy. He's like a rich CEO. And he's like usually the top. I can't fucking stand those. The amount I can't stand those is insane. I don't give a fuck about a rich guy. I just don't care about a rich guy. He could have the best characterization ever. But I don't care about a rich guy. The only one I cared about was Doffy. And that's because he got everything taken from him to such an extent that he became insane. Spider-Man was a billionaire. I mean, not in the ones that I read or watched, but okay. I don't know, it just doesn't interest me. I mean, the Dark Knight movies, they're good like they're well-made movies. I just don't care. The most interesting thing about Batman is his dynamic with characters like Joker. But on his own, I don't think he's very interesting. I like the Lego Batman movie. Wait, pause. There is one good Batman, and it's Lego Batman. Fuck, you got me. No, I take Superman over Batman any day. I'll take a fun little Boy Scout over, oh, I'm rich and my parents died. Any day. Any day. I would take that any day. I don't really know much about Harley Quinn. All I know is Harley Quinn had a farting comic, and that sure is interesting. I love bats, especially fruit bats. Do I have the video of the fruit bat eating the banana? In hearts. No, but I have epic chinchilla dust bath. Do I really not have the one of the bat eating the banana? I do have the bat doing this. If that means anything to anyone. Wait, you need the music. It's a really good video. I like bats. I've also got a bat doing this. I love bats. I'm surprised I don't have the video of the bat eating a banana. Let me look for it. Found it. I thought I had this saved. Turns out I just took screenshots. And you guys are gonna know exactly why I took screenshots. Because first of all, look. Isn't that fucking bot? Like, he's really excited for his banana. So you can hear it's an Aussie. Look at this. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh my god, he loves that thing.
Called in by Colin.
Yum yum.
Colin found him low in his grevilleas this morning. So I think what's happened is that he may have
Look at him.
feed on the grevilleas and there just simply wasn't enough room for him to take off. It was quite a small yard.
You don't have to hear what you're saying. I always think about this video because he's so excited for his banana. Look at his eyes. Like, he's jazzed. He's jazzed. Oh, wow. He's so cute. I love bats. Maybe if Batman was this, I'd like Batman. But he's not. Yeah, so I just took a bunch of screenshots. You guys have got to see the thumbnail. Hang on. Let me get the thumbnail up for you. The thumbnail's really cracking me up. This is the thumbnail. so cute. I really like this video. See, this has to be Batman. Oh, he's so cute. Sorry, put music back on again. Batman if he were worth reading. Anyway, I'm glad I got to show you that. It's very important to me. Do I have any other Bat videos? Now hang on, I do have this. Maybe it's better that way. Hang on, you should hear the music as well. I'm sure I won't get in trouble. I think this video is a bit of a masterpiece.
Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it's better this way.
He drinks wine the way Doffy drinks wine. You guys know the scene. Surely I don't have to remind you of the scene. When Doffy is like glizzy guzzling that bottle of wine. That's what he's doing. The music does make it better. You don't know the scene. Oh, fuck, okay. Well, the search begins. I know the moment, I just have to find the chapter. Can I just say, by the way, if I were younger and I read this scene, this 100% would have made something awaken in me. I'm just letting people know that. I'm just getting that out there. Same with the Black Maria scene. It is no fault of mine that Sanji looks good, like, tied up. Or, like, chained or restricted in some way. That's not my fault. What, you think it's my fault? You think it's my fault that he looks good like that? Oops, shit. Hang on, I'm keeping that up so I can find the scene I'm talking about. Oh, I found the exact chapter. Wow, she's iconic, she's a legend, she's crazy. So basically they're the same. It's the same. And here's why we have to kill all millionaires or billionaires. That's a Twitter post. No, it's not, because how many people actually know the Batman video? That's like, you guys have not, I showed you that. This is incredibly niche. Like, this is not from a movie. This is not from a popular meme. I just have this Batman video. This is not a Twitter post, because then people would be like, what the fuck is that Batman video? Tonight the music seems so loud. Maybe it's better this way. Well, introduce it to the masses. Glug glug glug. This was also a meme in Japan as well, I believe. They thought this was really fucking funny. I'm pretty sure whenever there's like Doffy memes or anything, this is like the one people know when he's glizzy gulping that wine. Uh. Yeah, they're fine. Family Guy death purrs. I want to test something. No. Do you guys... I had a horrible thought. Do you guys remember when... This is so... Listen. Don't ever equate your looks with your self-worth, okay? But do you guys remember when I went crazy about the Shanks Buggy thing? When Shanks was like, wow, I just wanted a carefree life with Buggy. And I went insane. And I put that on Twitter to show my reaction. And a bunch of dude bro men got really, really mad at that. Like, they got really angry at that. And they were, like, jumping me in the stupidest of ways. I think I've said this before. Don't ever equate, okay? Don't ever equate your value with your outer appearance, okay? With your physical appearance. However, I remember thinking, wow, I must be somewhat pretty because not a single one of these guys called me an ugly bitch. They called me many names, but not once was I called ugly. And I say this with all the knowledge in the world. Usually, when a guy is looking to be malicious and horrible to a woman, one of the first things they jump on is to call a woman ugly, right? Not a single one of them said I was ugly. And again, I'm not equating my worth with that, but I was like, how interesting. I thought that was very interesting. Because it's like, I usually see that's the first thing they go to. You know, that's the exact first thing they jump to. And I was like, wow, maybe I got an ego boost. I don't know. But I was telling Sarah that, like, am I crazy for thinking that? And Sarah said, no, that is usually what they do. I just remember thinking that. Sorry, I keep thinking about it. Instead, they kept saying power scaling son. That's a new insult, by the way. They say power scaling son over shipping daughter. And I don't know how to tell them. You guys realize you're saying you'd rather have a son than a daughter. First of all, who's going to procreate with you? Second of all, so you are once again enforcing patriarchal ideas of who's got more value, what gender has more value. Like, just everything about it is horrible red flags. Everything about it is red flags. Power scaling daughter, now that is a powerful foe. That is a powerful person. I think women who power scale are brave. I think they're braver than the fucking Marines. Because it's insane what shit they have to deal with. I think they're braver than the Marines. I don't do it, but I know there are women who do. And I know they fight for their fucking lives out there. Power scaling gender non-conforming child. Well, you have to be loud and you have to be brave if you're going to be power scaling in a public space as a woman, mind you. Even just talking about One Piece in a public space as a woman. Bro, you gotta fucking hold your ground. They will jump at any opportunity they can get. Imagine how it is for me, a gay woman. Oh, guys. Guys, they jump me. But it's okay because I like One Piece. And I'm quite happy with myself. Hang on, I fucked up. I'm not saying any of this to try and get pity, by the way. I'm just saying this is the era, like this is it. This is how the world works. This is how the One Piece online, it's not just One Piece spaces, it's kind of any anime space that isn't like yaoi or BL. Well, Thrash, that's the thing. Here's another thing that men jump to if they want to insult a woman in a malicious way. They say, like, you can't get a man. You know, you are basically, you are not capable of even attracting the male gaze. But of course, if you're a lesbian, what can they say? You can't get a man. Good. I don't want one. Like, there's nothing they can jump on. Because they think it's truly an insult to not be able to acquire a man. And it's like, I don't know how to tell. I don't know how to... again, I'm not starting fights, but I don't know how to tell a lot of straight men. To many, many, many women out there, one of the easiest things in the world is male attention. And you know why we know that? I know that because we don't want it majority of the fucking time. We don't fucking want it majority of the time, and they still blame us for that. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, they blame us in ways that they are projecting on. It's just bizarre. An insult to them if someone doesn't desire them. I think it's because to men, it's an insult to say you're bitchless, like you can't get women. But to women, it's just a lie. Like, I'm not saying there are women out there that struggle in the dating scene with men, but I am saying that a lot of women prefer men not talking to them. Do you know what I mean? I think it's just... I think they struggle finding insults for me. The best they can do is call me a slur. I'm talking about this because this is just shit I talked about with Sarah. We were observing the behavior of these guys. Like they were animals in a cage, you know? Know thy enemy, or whatever the hell that saying is. Fuck, I'm on the Kuma running page. This is gonna be hard. This is gonna be hard because I hate this fucking page. Because it makes me too sad. Sorry, I'm still thinking about it. I think there are genuinely men out there that think I'm like a man, like an avid man hater. I'm not. I just wish things were better. I just wish things were better. Guys, I'm friends with men. I have a man that's a friend, okay? I actually don't hate men. Oh. See, there he is. I don't let him in my house ever, but I am friends with him. No, Garp has not climbed my rank of hated characters. I've talked about this when it comes to Garp. I don't hate him. I think he's a very good character. I just really don't like the way this space talks about Garp. I don't like the way, because I am talking about Garp's character because he's incredibly flawed. Because I truly do believe he's supposed to represent a stubbornness that refuses to move. That he represents this, no, the system's fine, we just have to tweak it a little bit. And I don't like that. I truly believe he's supposed to represent an issue. My issue is a lot of people look at Garp and don't think he's supposed to be flawed. Now they're saying he's supposed to be flawed. And now I have people telling me, no, but I think he's supposed to be flawed. And you know what I'm saying to them? Yes, that's what I've been saying all along. Like, I don't hate Garp. I am just shocked at the way people admire Garp. That's what shocks me. Like, I'm now having people reiterating my own talking points that I've had for 3 years about Garp back at me. As if I haven't been talking about Garp in this way for over 3 years now. Which is why it's like, I've been saying this since I've read One Piece, that Garp is not supposed to be admired. We are supposed to question him and what he's doing. And now it's happening, right? Sorry, my fringe keeps splitting. I have not watched the new Murphy vid, no, but I should. I should, because I know she also does see Garp in a different way to me. But I love Garp as a character. I just stand by. I don't think he's exactly the best person. And I do not believe we are supposed to admire him. I think he's incredibly stubborn and incredibly stuck in his ways. Garp is so liked because he's an old man who is powerful and wears a suit. And wears a uniform. There. That's why he's liked. I'm serious. It's literally neuron activation type shit. Because people think the Marines are cool. People think what the Marines do are cool. They think Garp is the coolest motherfucker out there. So he's their goat. He can't possibly do anything wrong. I think Kaido's cool. But I also think he's a horrible person. Like... It's pretty simple, I think. Keep your moral slop out of this story. Oh my god, I miss Sanji. What the hell? I miss Sanji. Fuck me. I saw him and I had like a reaction. Oh, Kuma. Oh. It's addiction. Don't say it like that. Just one more Sanji hit. Ugh. Oh my god, I don't know if you guys know, but do you guys know an event called PAX? Do you have PAX or is that an Aussie only thing? We basically have a huge gaming event in Melbourne. It's, I think, the biggest gaming convention in Australia, question mark. I'm actually not 100% sure. Anyways, I was out in the city walking around during PAX. So a lot of nerds and weebs were out, including kids who liked that shit. And while I was around the convention center that had PAX going on, there was a kid that came up and tried to talk to me, and I was really confused because children don't tend to try to talk to me. They kind of just look at me or try and sit next to me because I'm pink. But I was super confused and I was thinking, is this kid like lost or something? Does he need help? However, I noticed his one-piece shirt, and then I also noticed I forgot I was wearing a shirt that had my shoulders out, so he saw my Nami tattoo. So he was clearly wanting to talk with me about One Piece and didn't know how. And I think he was like, what, 7 maybe? And I was like, oh, because I don't like kids, but I'm not mean to kids, right? I'm not an asshole. I just personally do not want to be around children. But I tried to ask him what like his favorite character was, but he was too shy. He ran back to his mum. She must have been like, you can talk to her, you know? That was funny. Children. No, I don't like kids, but I'm not mean to them. Like I'm a normal human being. I have empathy. I'm not going to be mean to a child just because I personally don't like being in the space of children. I'm still going to be nice to children. I would kick tiny little baby Sanji. He deserves it. It also pisses me off because I look like this. I'm glad I look safe, okay? I'm glad I look comforting to a lot of people. But because I look like this, I will have, like, mothers getting on trams or trains with baby in hand or toddler in hand, and they choose to sit next to me on a tram or train full of empty seats. Because I guess I look safe and comfortable. That's great that I think they can take comfort in that, but I don't want to sit next to your baby. Like, I have this thing with, like, toddlers and babies. I think they're sticky and I think they're full of germs. And I'm so worried that they're going to try touching me. Because they always... They're grabby. They're grabby, right? I don't like that shit. And a lot of parents don't know how to stop their child from grabbing people's shit. Like... multiple times I've had to like pull my bag away from a child because they've tried to like they've been touching it, and it's like, please don't touch a stranger's bag. Oh my god. I'm so glad I'm no longer a baby. 5. I'll dive. Mama Mad Dog, I'm sure you have beautiful children and I will not be mean to them. But don't you dare sit next to me with them. Don't do it. But yeah, I'm not mean to kids. I just... I don't know. Am I a germaphobe or something? Like a really, really light one? I have this thing with touching dogs, and I have this thing with touching anything in any public space, and I have this thing with children trying to touch me. I think they're dirty. I think they're dirty because I see them pick their nose. I see them put their fingers in their mouth, and I'm like, I just simply don't want that touching me. Like, to be fair, I think that's a pretty fair thing to think. No, I think Loki's cute. Oh, skinny. I hardly want them touching me. Wait, Kuma might have asthma. Is this a Zoro upscale? Now I've learned what upscale means. I will in fact be using it for evil. The way he trips after thinking of Guinea and gets back up when thinking of Bonnie is what really fucking gets me. God, I hate One Piece. Three inhalers time. Sorry, getting this asthma thing is really cracking. Like, where is this coming from? I'm trying to think if Sanji has something like that. I guess he's got cheerleader. He's now Zoro's cheerleader, but that also makes me laugh. No, I know where it's come from, but like, how did they even think of that, you know? You know what I usually do, by the way, when a mother and their baby and toddler try to sit next to me? You know what I do to seem kind so I can get out of that situation? I stand up and I say, would you like my seat? As in, would you like to put your baby or toddler on my seat? And when they say yes, thank you, I go, thank God I'm out. And then I move to a different end of the train or tram. However, if they say no, that's okay, I'm now stuck. Because now if I get up, they know I just don't want to sit next to them. Like, it's a 50-50 bet. Yeah, I insist. I do that. I say, it's okay, you can really take my seat. Because then I'm not hurting anyone's feelings and I get out of that situation. Bye, Danny. And saying that, I do also just give up my seat if I can see the mom struggling. Like, again, I'm not an asshole. Listen, Nami likes children. This much is true. But I am also like Nami in the sense that I will not be an asshole to a child. Like, I don't like children, but I will be nice to children. Nami likes children and will be nice to children, okay? I am still nice to children. I just don't like them. I don't tell them I don't like them. Someone said, how's it going? My bitches, bros, and non-binary hoes, finger guns, and apparently Automod Twitch said no, that's not allowed. I'm not sure why bitches, bros, and non-binary hoes is censored. At what age do you find human beings acceptable company? Probably around my own age. Because now that I think about it, the only friends I have that are younger than me are probably only younger than me by like 3 or 4 years. I'm 26. And they're online. Like, my friend Anna, who I watched all of One Piece with, she's younger than me, but by only a year. It is a year. Oh my god. It is. No, she won't kill me for that. Wait, 2 years. I'm a good friend. I'm a good friend. I just have a few. But in my real life spaces, I tend to be the youngest one. However, I've witnessed a shift lately. So all of my friend groups that I am a part of, I tend to be the youngest. Like, they're either in their late 20s or recently turned 30, right? But I went out with a group of friends, like a new group of friends that I was being introduced to, and they were lovely. And they all asked, like, how old everyone was. And I said 26, and they gasped. Gasped! Because they're like, they were all like 22 to 23. No, 22 to 24. And they thought I was one of them. They thought I was also like 22. And I was like, damn! So I used to be always the youngest in my peer groups, but now I am starting to face a shift where I am now starting to be meeting new peer groups where I'm oldest. No, they gasped not because they thought I was old, but they thought I was just younger than I was, which I guess is a compliment. But they were lovely. They're lovely. In fact, I'm going to a Halloween party with them this month. But it's just, this is like the first time this has happened to me. But I guess because, like, how do I say this? Talking to children or teenagers, you must always understand, obviously, that you are an adult, and in some way you will be helping and directing these teenagers or children. You know what I mean? Like, you can make a friendship dynamic with a child or a teenager, but it will never be on equal terms, because that teenager or that child is still going to look up to you as the adult for some kind of help in some way. Like, you're still the responsible one there. So, you know, it's like, I will always be nice to kids. Teenagers, it depends how much of a shit they are. If they are incredibly disrespectful and just horrible, insane teenagers, I will be incredibly stern and strict with them, because you should know better. You're old enough to know better. But I do not find them to be acceptable human company in a friendship sort of way. Like, you have to put on your, like, big adult voice, right? When you talk to kids and teenagers. At least that's just how it is. That's how it should be. I think it's weird if you're treating kids or teenagers with an equal friendship, because it's not, you can't be. You are the adult in this situation. Otherwise you end up being, you know, there's like really weird adults that are friends with like 18-year-olds, and they like think they're cool. Like, they're like, I'm cool, I'm the cool adult. Otherwise you end up being that. And you don't want to be that. That's weird and that's creepy. The unfortunate truth is teenagers will call you old. They're gonna call you old. Don't let that make you think you're not cool. You're probably not cool, okay? But don't let them make you think that. But they will call you old. Mm-hmm. Wait, I've had a brain blast of what to do here. I'm trying to think of what I'm doing makes sense, but I guess we'll find out. No, I fucked up. Hang on. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do this individually because I can't comprehend. For God's sake, seriously. I just realized something, by the way. Hold your horses, I'm getting it up. Where is it? Because I was rereading parts of Dressrosa. Zoro's Bounty. In Dressrosa. Isn't that Sanji's birthday number? I'm not saying anything. But hold the phone. I read that and I went, wait, 3-2? March 2nd, that's Sanji's birthday. Because their current bounties are a play on their birthdays or something. Like it's a pun on their birthdays or whatever the fuck it was. See? It's 32 billion. 1 billion. This is supposed to be their birthdays. So I looked at this and went, why did Oda pick that number? Why did he pick that number? That's suspicious. That's weird. Anyway. I don't actually think it means anything, but I laughed. The numbers! Bro, Sanji's everywhere Zoro goes. That's how you know he was missing that guy. His bounty was a reflection of Sanji's birthday, and then he was like, well, we gotta get to Zoro. And then they got to Zoro and he wasn't there, and he went, for fuck's sake! Where is this guy? I need to bully him! No, I didn't make these. The artist actually recently reached out to me and said, because the original one they made of this didn't have the kissing. What is this music? Anyway, it didn't have the kissing. It was broken, like it was a broken link. And they found out that I had gotten the kissing working. So they messaged me and said, do you have a link for it? Because I was told you got it working. And I went, fuck yeah, I have a link for it. Here you go. Very exciting. Oh, frick. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna... When I pick the eraser, I have to pick between size and hardness. Isn't that silly? No, it was perfect. Oh yeah, she's cooking. I can't do that. She's cooking. She's fucking cooking. Oh god, I think about Kuma and I get so emotional. Why the fuck did he have to go through all that just because he was born like that? One Piece fucks me up. When I'm a boy. What the hell? What the? Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I'm not sure why it's doing that. Okay, now it's fixed itself. What are you doing? Huh? What is it? I must be pressing the wrong button. Where'd it go? Okay. That was weird. I'm not sure what was going on there, but it has been fixed. This one's gonna be a pain in my ass! Oh god, why do I try and make my videos look good? Why do I do this? I should just make my videos look like shit. It's so much easier. Everything about this is pissing me off. Oh my god, his arm is covered. Oh, his poor arm has become deformed. Oh! I'll fix. I think what I'm gonna do when I'm done is make everything on the same layer. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do that now. There we go. So that's his elbow. And we'll go down to here. Look at my fringe, by the way. It keeps doing this lately. The gap. I'm gonna go get it cut on Wednesday. Because I'm not quite sure. It needs to be cut anyway. But I've been... Because the way you're meant to stop this is by blow drying. But it keeps not fixing it. Mind the gap. Makes it look like a little window into my head. Oh wait, I think I know why it's doing that. It's because I keep pushing it up. Because my fringe is too long to see. Because if it's sat flat, it wouldn't be as much of a problem. That looks pretty good, actually. Oops. She's an artist. She's an artist! Hang on, I gotta save this. If I lose this, I'm ending it. Hi. Oh my god, Daredevil has just come out. Congratulations, I didn't even know he was gay. Daredevil has just come out on Marvel Rivals and I keep fucking calling him Devilman. It won't stop. I keep saying Devilman's over there. And then my friends make fun of me. And I really wish Devilman, every time he uses his ult, I go Devilman! It's horrible. It's just horrible. They did a Devilman ref in the trailer? Did they? I didn't see the trailer. But bet your bottom dollar I would. In fact, let me watch the trailer and see if I can spot it. Let's watch it together. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. I'm not reading. Don't say what it is. I want to read and see if I can find it. Sorry, give me a sec. Editing first. Okay. There is a line above him. Get rid of that shit. Okay, hang on. Let me save this. And pull up. The trailer. Ah! I just poked myself in the eye! What the fuck? Daredevil trailer. Awesome. Oh god. How does shit happen to me? Look at these nails. Of course I poked myself. Character reveal? Is it Daredevil the Man Without Fear character reveal? It has to be, right? You don't know? Okay. Well, we'll find out if there is, if this is the right one, and if there is, a Devilman reference. Yeah, I'm making sure you can all see it without being obstructed.
Forgive me for what I am about to do. I see you. You've been judged. Face the devil. Wrath of the beast. Hellfire. On the hunt. Let the devil.
Ouch! Yeah, I don't think this is it. Okay, what is it? Season 4 reveal trailer. Marvel Rivals Season 4. Guys, teen and up. Who has to leave? I know some of you were babies. Okay? If you're not teen or up, you gotta leave. Babies, get out of here. I'm older than you. It sounds like something a baby would say. Anyway. Oh!
Surrender to the hand of heaven.
Mama.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
He's so cool.
So be it.
You got me. Whoa, whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa,
Let the devil.
I've never seen this! Why did no one told me he got bandaged up and tied up and told to submit? Why did fucking no one tell me this? This is like Mel Core. Sorry, I'll keep watching it.
Let the devil.
Zoo wee mama.
You are not the only one without fear.
Okay, so what the most I can see that could be a Devilman reference, although less of a Devilman reference and more Devilman Crybaby reference, is this pose. Akira as a Mon does this. Where is it? I wish I could go through the episode with you guys, but there's boobs and butts in this, and oops, our censorship culture has decided that boobs and butts are just too sexy wexy. There it is. Yeah, I see it. It's even similar color schemes. Look at that. Look at that! Hang on, wait. Hang on, so we'll see this one again.
Double.
And then look at this one. Cinema! Oh, I love Devilman. Devilman! I have a sneaky... I honestly was thinking when he said, "Let the devil out," I was thinking, it sounds like Devilman, you know? But I was like, am I crazy? But now I think, actually, you know what? Now that I've seen this, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I'm glad I'm not the only motherfucker out there who always is thinking of Devilman. I'm glad that someone on the Marvel Rivals team saw Daredevil and said, you know what, we should do Devilman. Devilman! Oh my god, it's literally him. He's him. Oh god, I love this whole scene. Oh, I fucking love Akira. I love Devilman. Oh, wait, I love when he turns to the camera because he's grinning. First episode, by the way. Oh my god. It's cinema. Oh, it's cinema. Oh my god, I love Devilman. Oh my fucking god, I love Devilman. Devilman! It's so fucking cool and sad and good and human. It's a very human design. Anyway, yeah, it's the same. Yeah, I definitely would have picked that if I watched that on my own. I would have gone, wait. Because I'm always fucking thinking of Devilman. That's fucking cool. Oh, I'm so glad I'm not crazy. Devilman! Also, this frame that she has.
You are not the only one without fear!
Sorry, get the fuck out of here. Oh my god. This scene as well. I can't give you the frame specifically, but I know this is an exact frame in Devilman 2. I'm trying to think when. But I do know this is like a frame Devilman has. God, who was it? It was either Cyrene, the harpy lady, or Uro, or it was Akira himself that had this frame, but I just can't remember. But this is fucking crazy. She's bandaging him, bondaging him up, and says submit. Are we for fucking real? This is shit that would happen to Sanji. Oh my god. It literally happened to him. Why didn't no one tell me about this? I feel like I've been betrayed.
Let the double.
I don't even care about this guy, by the way. But now I do. That's how quickly it is. That's all it takes. Yeah, pretty good. I mean, I didn't watch the trailer, no. I see food and I think of Sanji. Are you saying you don't see... Like, if you're eating and you feel you can't finish your food, do you not think of Sanji? Is this not a normal thing? I always think of Sanji when I'm eating a meal. And if I can't finish it, I feel bad. Because I'm like, oh, Sanji would be so upset. Guys, everyone thinks of Sanji if they can't feel it. It's normal. It's normal. My experiences are universal. Thank you very much. Yeah, Angela's a lesbian. I jumped for fucking joy. Angela is a lesbian with a trans femme girlfriend. Please clap. Holy fuck. When I found that out, I was like, I have to play her immediately. Big muscular woman who's a lesbian whose alt says submit. I was like, are they watching me? Like, that's fucking crazy. I haven't even played Hades 1. Hades is not a game for me. I love the concept because it's ancient mythology, ancient Greek mythology. Love the concept, love the designs, love everything about it, except for the fact that it's a game I don't want to play. I've never played it, and I'm afraid it's just not a game for me. Mama's boy, M-A-M-A-B-O-Y. What?
Yeah.
Hi, Volticon! Utmost pleasure to be here with all of you. It is thank you all that I'm the person I am today. Thank you so much and to many more adventures. Thanks, Volticon. Oh my god, it's so good to see you. I haven't been streaming in a while, so I haven't seen anyone. Oops. I truly don't know what happened here. That was surprisingly a lot easier than I was expecting it to be. Okay, last one. Oh, well, not really last one. Actually, I'm gonna fix baby Kuma. What is happening? Eh. That looks dope. I've only got one left. Oh, this one's easy. There's no ground beneath them. But I'm gonna double check that. Okay, yeah, there's no ground. Hi, Zim. Take anyone. Your dimension. Ugh. Move the Kumas back. I'll finish this and then I'll see how I, what I do with it. Zem! Oh my god, he's suffering! He does not have time to throw it in a circle! Jesus! Come on, man! Maybe when the world's at peace and his brain has been restored, then he can throw it in a circle. He can't do it now. I think I served with this. Mama, I served. Make it mama. Wait, is this fire? It turned out pretty well. Alright, now to put it in the edit. I mostly appreciate him in the sense that he gets tortured and faints a lot. I know you are talking about not Sanji, but I could very easily think that you were talking about Sanji. There are only two characters to me, not Sanji and Sanji. knew this would happen. I think I'm gonna make a second version. Wow. Okay, there we go. Oh, wow. Okay. Someone cooked here! Oh my god, someone cooked here. This one's going a bit too fast for my liking though. Still too fast. Oh my god, it's peak. Honey mustard tastes fucking delicious on its own. What are you talking about? Put honey mustard on a ham, cucumber, tomato kale sandwich with some pepper. Ah! Mwah! With a little bit of orange marmalade. It's so good. Wait, no, it's like I didn't use orange marmalade. What did I use? I used like a cranberry kind of jam. Hi, Dragon. My ramen eggs, I ate them all. I ate them all. They were delicious. They were radioactive and delicious. Honey mustard ruined a perfectly good sausage? That should improve a perfectly good sausage. A sausage. Prank. Blue. Blue. Ababach. Look at those baby hands. They must be sticky. They must be sticky and full of germs. Hmm. my process, I pick my topic, I research my topic, as in I read through the scenes in the manga that I believe are relevant to the topic, or more than that, depending on if I forgot something in the manga. I write down my notes. I note down per page what the most important parts of my arguments are for my essays. I write it out, and I record it, and I edit it, and I always have visuals second. Visuals are always second because the topic of the video is always first. I only think of visuals when I'm editing. Well, when I'm writing, I do include, like, add something here or add a visual here. If I can use it for some type of effect that I've thought of while writing, then yes. But it's mainly visuals come second.
Howdy do, boys.
Hello. Thank you both. You're always far too kind. Hang on, I want blueberries. Okay, I'm back. And I do have a blueberry related question. Hang on, I'm trying to get a good photo. Why can't I get a photo of what I want? Okay, you know what? Okay. So here's my question. Oh, sorry, Sanji. So between this on the screen and this, which one do you think has more blueberries in it? I'll give you a full view of this, okay? Here it is. So between this and this on the screen, which one looks like it has more blueberries? This is not a trick. I'm asking for my own peace of mind. All right. You know what? I'm going to make this a poll. I need to know what people think. The answers make no sense, okay? But I'm sure you guys will understand. We'll make it... Alright. So go take the poll. And I'll hold up the blueberries while you guys do the poll. I'm sorry I don't have both in hand, okay? That's the best image I could get. Sorry, poll's only on Twitch. I can't do it on YouTube. This is the width. The width of this. All right. So here's your answer. I'm just fucking stupid. You guys are correct. This one has the most blueberries. This one has 200 grams. 200 grams. The one on the screen is either 120 or 170 grams. I'm actually not sure which one this is specifically. But the ones in the long blueberry punnets are all either 120 grams or 170 grams. And I was standing in the grocery store looking at these two punnets, looking at the amount it told me was on the punnet, and I could not wrap my fucking head around it. I thought they were lying to me. I was looking at both of them and going, but I feel like the 120 gram one has more in it. At the end of the day, I went with what the numbers told me, but I still feel like I've been tricked. But at the same time, I understand that there is volume in this one, right? It's surface area shit. I understand there's volume in this one and there is not volume in that one. But I stood there for what was probably 10 minutes holding both of them, wondering if this was real. Right? Because, like, it just feels wrong that this has more in it. Because the surface area of that one is like wider, but the volume for this one is deeper. So I felt crazy. I felt so crazy. But it turns out I'm just stupid because most people thought, no, this one has most in it. Look at this big fat fucking blueberry. Wow. Nom. Oh, so good. Alright, thank you for participating in my experiment. You think I'm raw dogging these? I watched them when I brought them into my room. I'm sorry, I don't have a tap in my room, but I did watch these. They are wet. They are wet. Can you not see that? Of course I watched them. I'm not an animal. How do you know they don't make up the numbers? That's exactly what I was thinking. I was coming up with fucking conspiracy theories on the spot thinking, what if they're fucking lying to me? What if there's actually less in this one, but they're saying there's more just so I spend more money? Like, what's stopping them from doing that? You know? I did not check with the scale, but I should have. That's a good idea. Shit, where were you when I needed to do that when I was doing this? Have you guys seen the inside of a blueberry? Doesn't that look kind of disgusting? Thank God they're bite-sized, huh? The price difference, the 100 and... So this is AUD, not USD. The 120 gram packet, I think, was $4? I actually don't remember. It was 4 something. The 200 gram packet was $5. Hang on, I'm looking up how much a blueberry punnet was. $4.20 for 120 grams. $5 for 200 grams. I think blueberries are sweet. I got a yucky blueberry. Oh. Oh, it is not pretty. Can you see that shit? Not eating that one. Not eating that one. Usually I'd stomach it, but I feel like there might be a bit of mold on that. Well, I just got back from my daily round of throwing rocks at children and stealing money from the elderly, and it had me thinking, what is justice? Nice. Also, sorry, Voltcon, what is happening in Germany? Many do iffy stuff to swindle the weight. That is fucked up. Fuck, I've got Garp and Dragon in my chat. Can you guys, like, fight it out? Oh, please, talk to each other right fucking now. I demand to see it. Actually, I found something out. My Discord pointed this out to me. And then I asked Arta. And he confirmed it. So... this line, this scene. This is the only scene we have for why people say Dragon and Garp still talk. If you can't read it, Dragon says, what he didn't tell you. Garp says, what he didn't tell you, him being Dragon, he said he saw you off at Logue Town. Right? And I included thought, oh, then I guess it means Dragon and Garp still talk. Because how odd is this, right? Someone in... this is the only panel that people have, by the way, for evidence that Dragon and Garp still talk. Someone in my Discord said, actually, from what I heard, that is a mistranslation. This is a mistranslation. So you know who I went to? I went to Arta. Because he actually has the rules and he can tell me. Arta said, far as I understand, the subject isn't specified. So Garp is fundamentally just saying, I was told he saw you off at Logue Town. And Arta said, granted, given the context, you can infer, as Viz did here, that it was Dragon who told him. But you could also argue otherwise, such as Smoker telling him about it, or him just reading the report. Which the latter personally sounds more reasonable to me. But you could totally read into the first one too. So Archer's saying it's not unreasonable to say that Dragon is saying, that Garp is saying Dragon told him. But it is also not unreasonable to say Garp's just saying he was told by someone else, by the report or by a Marine, that Dragon saw Luffy at Logue Town. Which makes sense because I'm pretty sure Smoker recognized him. So, this is the one panel that people use to say that Garp and Dragon still talk. I didn't tell him shit! Your fucking timing! Oh. Oh, how the fuck is that timing? Is it? You're a comedic mastermind, you piece of shit. Oh my god. All this motherfucker types in my chat is ... Suddenly he says, I didn't tell him shit. Fuck. Oh, you're funny. Thank you, Dragon. He's here because his dad's in the chat right now. Oh my god. You got me, you got me. There you go, from the man himself. He didn't tell him shit. Anyway. Thank you. Oh, so yeah. So the one panel we have where people argue that Dragon and Garp still talk can actually be debunked or interpreted in another way, right? And I have the personal opinion that no one would think he's talking about Dragon if it wasn't like no one would think he's saying Dragon told him if it wasn't translated in that way. Because as Artis said, from what he understands, Garp is basically saying, I was told he saw you off at Logetown. If they translated this as I was told he saw you off at Logetown, I don't think anyone would think Dragon talked to him. Is that a reasonable thing to think? Do we think? Because the only real evidence we have that Dragon and Garp still maybe talk is the fact that Dragon gave Garp to Luffy. Fuck these monkey D names. That Dragon gave Luffy to Garp, right? That's the only thing, but that doesn't mean anything either. Because as I explained before, we don't know if Dragon had any choices and he just wanted Luffy to be away from him and away from the Revs. And Garp is very possibly his only living blood relative. Everyone else Dragon knows is either a Marine or a Rev. Who else was he going to give Luffy to? People can still theorize Dragon is the one who told him. That's very true. However, you can also now take this panel and not use it as cold hard evidence that they still talk. You can now say, actually, it's in the way you interpret it, because what he actually said is, I was told he saw you off at Logetown. Which again, could very well mean he just read the reports or Smoker told him. So basically now, this panel isn't the fucking smoking gun that people think it is. So yeah, there you go. Fun fact. I didn't tell him shit. Dragon left the Marines after God Valley and he started a freedom fighting unit basically, and they became officially the Revolutionary Army. Hang on, I have a panel of this. The freedom fighters led protests in countries around the world after the arrival of the Great Era of Piracy and the tragic fall of O'Hara. The group took up arms, and with the addition of Kuma to the twin pillars of Dragon and Ivankov, they underwent a transformation and became the revolutionary army the world would later know and fear. So the freedom fighters, which Dragon obviously created after God Valley, led protests around the world. And it was only after the tragic fall of O'Hara and after the arrival of the Great Era of Piracy, which was after God Valley, that they actually took up arms and stopped doing protests and started actually becoming a basically military unit, right? A revolutionary unit. Became an army. So Dragon left the Marines after God Valley. Obviously started talking to the world, going around the world, pushing protests of freedom around the world. Then Roger died. Then O'Hara was bombed. And then they said, no, we got to do more than this now. We can't just protest. We have to actually pick up weapons, basically. That's how I'm reading this. My blueberries. This one looks like it's a butt. Oh. Can you tell? You can't really see that. Oh, you can. Look, it's an ass. She's caked. And for what? Hang on, I'm picking my last blueberries. Which one's more firm? Viz still make mistakes, but you have to remember that TCB scans were not a thing when Water 7 was coming out. Back in the day, the scanslations were really, really bad because a lot of them were obviously not just unofficial, but this was before anime and manga was like a wide thing. So the Viz translations near the beginning of One Piece were not very good. This is like a known thing. It took a while for the Viz translations to finally be able to get proper translations. In fact, there's literally a whole group that were retranslating the early Viz One Piece translations. I'm saying now the Viz translations are very good, and it frustrates me when people say no, they're not. And it's like, we are incredibly fortunate to have Stephen Paul as our translator. But the early Viz translations for English were not very good because they were still catering towards like this American localization that made things more piratey in a childish way. It was a 4Kids localization type of deal. So it's pretty well known the early Viz translations are not very good. But the Viz translations now, the second Stephen Paul took on the translation job, are fantastic. They're just fantastic. Now, most people would tell you the Viz translations now are more accurate, especially than TCB scans. Now, really, they are. The TCB scans they are really fucking up. I'll never forget when they added on Elbaf, they added Zoro telling Usopp to shut up on the bridge. Why? Like, the more I look at the TCB scans, the more I'm seeing there's some weird little agendas in there. It is really fucking weird. Like, why the fuck did they add Zoro telling Usopp to shut up on the bridge? Zoro did not tell Usopp to shut up on the bridge. It was just bizarre. like, honestly, I don't know how anyone can look at that and then go, yeah, these are definitely the translations that are more accurate, and not see there's a clear bias going on here with how they are writing, like, translating these characters. Because another one was when, oh, this one really pissed me off. Another one was when Sanji was crying to Nami about what Rodo did to her. And in the TCB version, it sounded like Sanji was jealous that Rodo got to do that to her. In the Viz version, it was Sanji being upset that Rodo did that to her. It was a very clear difference in translation. And I was like, why the fuck did they translate it like that in the leaks? Like that, it just felt a little bit malicious in my opinion, of like trying to make him seem bad. And it's like, he was literally upset about what had happened and was telling Nami, but Nami, he did that to you. Because he wanted to fight Rodo. And it wasn't, oh, but Nami, he did that to you and I wanted to do that to you. It was, Nami, he did that to you and I want to kill him. Hello. They also totally fucked up Luffy and Loki's first meeting, I think. It said something like, get me the key before dawn or whatever the hell. And it's like, it was so bad that I remember even Arta put out a tweet that was like, maybe read the officials this week, guys. I remember he was like, TCB really fucked up the translations to a huge extent this time. Google read the officials. I remember that because I remember people telling me, and I remember I read it. I read the leaks and I was like, what the fuck are they saying? It felt like they Google translated some things. I really don't know what's going on over there. And one Zoro says God isn't real, and another he says he doesn't care if God is real. He doesn't care if God is real. Because I always talk about this. Zoro's not an atheist. It's very clear he's not an atheist. He's agnostic, if anything. Because he still does believe in some kind of higher power. He just won't pray to it. Because why should he? And even if he does, you know... like, because he believes in the heavens. He literally says, I'm going to make my name reach the heavens. Like... He's very much agnostic. It actually frustrates me when people call him an atheist because I think that removes a part of his character that I think is important to him, which is he's not really he's not really going, oh God, there's no God. He's saying if there is one, I'm not praying to it, because that's like striking to me. It's like if you think about what has happened to him in his life and you think about what the world has taken from him, Kuina, why would he pray to that, you know? I think it's a lot more striking for his character if he says he doesn't care if there's a God or not, but he's not praying to it. Like, instead of, I don't care if there's, like, I don't think there's a God, I don't care if there's a God. Because I see all the time that Zoro's an atheist, and that's a pet peeve of mine. I'm like, he's agnostic. He's agnostic if anything. He is not an atheist. Only because I think him being agnostic is something that adds to his character. Yeah, I've never seen Zoro say God isn't real. But the one where he says he doesn't care if God is real, I believe that's the one, that's what he actually says. Zoro's best quality is being loyal. God, I really hate that one. I really hate that one. His best quality is his protection. It's his love. Oh, God, it really pisses me off. His best quality is how much he fucking cares about his family and his crew. But people twist that into a tunnel-visioned singular loyalty for Luffy. And it just makes me go fucking insane. And the reason it makes me go insane is because all the Straw Hats have that. They all have this intense, aggressive loyalty towards Luffy. Right? People go, oh, but Usopp. Oh, but Nami do this, blah, blah, blah. No, they all have it. They all have it. This is not a Zoro-specific trait. That's why it really pisses me off. When Zoro says things or does things to either help Luffy or move Luffy in a better direction or a different direction, or when Zoro says things or does things to discuss with the crew what this means or what this does to him or the crew, it's because he loves his crew. It's not because he has this intense loyalty to Luffy, it's because he loves his crew. What Usopp did in Water 7, right? That greatly hurt him. It greatly hurt him. Because he loves his crew. He loved Usopp. But he needed to make sure the crew knew this is important. We are important as a crew. It's not just that Luffy is our captain. We are a crew. It's important, right? Because I don't know, when I look at Zoro and then when I see the way that he trains and I see the way he struggles and I see the way he interacts with his crew, all I can think of is, wow, this man really loves them. Like, he loves them. They all love their crew, but I happily call Zoro the protector of the Straw Hats. And the reason I call him that is because he's the fighter. His job is literally muscle. He's the one that goes on Night Watch the most, right? We know he's the one that goes on Night Watch the most because of the sleeping chart thing, you know? This is the guy that is constantly keeping an eye on his crew. I truly think Zoro's strongest trait is his protection. It's how much he loves his crew. Even Thriller Bark was a showing of that. Thriller Bark debunked this whole thing of, oh, only he cares about Luffy, only cares about his loyalty towards Luffy. Why? Because he wanted to save Luffy. Then what happened? Sanji walked out, was about to sacrifice himself instead, and Zoro stopped that. He stopped that from happening. Not because he's more loyal to Luffy, but because he will not stand to see anyone on his crew die. Not if he can help it. That's like the whole point, right? That's the whole point of that scene. That's why Sanji was there. And it's like loyalty, loyalty, loyalty. And it's like his loyalty is not just to Luffy, it's to the entire crew. He loves them. It's just so frustrating. He loves them so much. He loves them so much that it really pisses me off when people tunnel vision his love and loyalty into just Luffy. Just Luffy. It just really frustrates me. Yes, Luffy is important to him. He's so important to him. The entire crew is so important to Zoro. Just insanely important to Zoro. Like, the crew is why Zoro is where he is in his journey. Right? It's why he can push himself to be this master swordsman. In this, like now, after Mihawk beat his fucking ass. But you know, whatever. Maybe I'm just reading into it too much. My pajamas. I know, I know. But this is why I literally made the video about Zoro's anxiety of strength. And I made that video because his strength is what keeps his crew alive. It's what protects his crew, right? Zoro's strength is so many parts of his person. There are so many things surrounding his strength. One of them is the fact that his strength is what makes him able to protect his loved ones. So when he stumbles, he fucking stumbles. He stumbles bad. Because I truly believe this man thinks one slip up and the people I love are dead. I really do think that's his mindset. If I'm not strong enough, the people I love are dead. Right? Luffy has a similar mindset as well. But this is Zoro's, and like, this is Zoro's being. I like Zoro, basically. I like him, and I just... I know you guys know this. I like him, and it frustrates me when I talk about him, and I feel like I'm in fucking Crazyville. Because people, the way others talk about him is like, this is not the same character. Like, you tell people Zoro loved Usopp in Water 7. Right? And you'll have people saying, no, he hated him, you know? You'll have people saying Zoro didn't have any empathy for Usopp in Water 7 or something. And it's like, he had so much love for his crew and for Usopp that he wanted Usopp to apologize. It wasn't because he was spiteful. It's because he needed to know that they all shared this love. Like, he fucking loves Usopp. That hurt him greatly. He needed to know they were all taking this the way he was, which was, this is my family, this is my life. These guys are my ride or die. Crew would rot from the inside if Usopp didn't apologize. Exactly. Egg-fucking-exactly. Not only that, crew would rot from the inside if Usopp didn't join back onto the crew. Both of those things needed to happen. And Zoro was just as relieved as the rest of them when Usopp apologized. Like, they were all relieved. Zoro did not want to leave Usopp. But he loves the crew so much, he just needs to know that they all love each other that amount too. They will all do what they need to do for each other. Zoro, get behind me. That's the craziest thing. That's the biggest thing about Zoro. He's soft. He acts tough, but he's soft. And I still believe the reason he acts tough is because he thinks his softness is a vulnerability. Which is ridiculous because his softness is what makes him so powerful, right? But I do believe Zoro doesn't like that he's soft, but he's soft. And we know that he's soft because Sanji said Zoro's a big softie. Sanji knows more than fucking anyone how soft of a guy Zoro is, right? He knows more than anyone how big-hearted Zoro is towards people and towards the people he loves. He just hides it because he thinks he has to be big and strong. He sure does, detective, but for some reason, some people don't believe that. Scratching my chin. That is so interesting. How interesting. No! Mama, that is so evil. Oh, fuck. I really want to buy the new Pokemon game, but I don't have time to stream it, and it's really upsetting me. Because if I do stream it, I'll have to stream it late. Like, later. Quite a bit after it's come out. And that's really pissing me off. Also, yeah, confirmed. Smoker straight up is like dragon in Logetown. So, oh, thank you for the sub. So, Smoker straight up recognized dragon in Logetown. So what Garp said, I was told he was in Logetown. He saw you off in Logetown. He probably heard that from Smoker. I'd say that's makes more sense. Potential new Yaoi ship. Dragon and Smoker. Think about it. Imagine the tension. Dragon ... at that one. I wonder how he feels. Look, I just really like Smoker, okay? And I really like Dragon. I'm putting Barbie dolls together. I enjoy many types of yaoi. A connoisseur, if you will. Actually, I also hate many types of yaoi. Like, childhood friends to lovers. I fucking hate that trope. I'm sorry people who like it. I think it's the most boring trope ever. I hate it. Every time there's a childhood friends to lovers thing, I go... Like, I can't do it. It's just so boring. No, I don't like Bakugo and Deku. But that's because I'm just not a fan of Deku. Like, I don't hate them, but again, I'm just not about it. Fuck, you got me! Shanks and Buggy! Oh, fuck! Oh my god, Oda did it again! He made me like a trope that I usually despise. Oh shit, I didn't even think about that. Oh my god, I've been got. Okay, I like one childhood friends to lovers. One. A single one. Wow, that's crazy. One Piece is crazy. Wow, it's insane what One Piece does. I'll make you mine. I think Croc and Doffy is funny, although I don't quite get it, but I do. I don't get it as in I thought there'd be more in-story material for it. But it's funny. Like, I don't think about it much, but when I see it, I nod, you know? Because I did laugh when Doflamingo wanted Crocodile on his side, and then Crocodile instead teams up with, like, Whitebeard and Jinbe to save Luffy, and Doffy goes, I'm jealous! What did he say? You reject me to go fight with someone else. That makes me jealous. I was like, okay, that's funny. Like, I can see where that comes from. I do know that Oda does like the dynamic of Crocodile and Doffy. He can just never write it. He wanted... What movie was it? He wanted Doflamingo and Crocodile in film Red, I think it was. But they said no. I think he said, wouldn't it be funny if Doflamingo and Crocodile were in film Red? And they said, no, there's too much. I think he does want to write them again. What other yaoi do I hate? I usually like rivals to lovers. I love rivals to lovers. I fucking hate Garp and Roger. People ship Garp and Roger. That's fine. That's fine. Play with your Barbie dolls. It's all fake fiction ships. Okay? I don't like them. I don't like them. I don't think Garp is allowed to like men. I personally just don't want to think about Garp kissing men. Because I don't like him. But hey, maybe that's just me. I'm old school. I have to like both characters in the ship to like the ship. I can't just like one character in the ship. Some people do that. Some people like one character in the ship and kind of don't like or hate the other character. I honestly don't know how those people work. I've tried to get in their shoes and I don't really get it. Because if I don't like one of the characters, I fucking hate the ship. Because I think it's boring. Because I don't like one of the characters. I don't think about Garp ships. I just don't think about them. Like, at all. I think he's a hot man. I think... I understand his wife, don't get me wrong, or whoever he monkey de-garped to make dragon. But I don't want to think about it. You know what I mean? Oh, I know there are some ladies that are jump on Garp. I get it. I get it. He's attractive, right? Because I'm like that with Kaido. Kaido's a horrible fucking person. I think Kaido's hot. Not everyone shares this opinion, okay? And like, but I'm not gonna argue that Kaido's a good person. Because Kaido's really shitty. I like Shamrock as well. Shamrock is clearly a piece of shit. Shamrock is so clearly a huge piece of shit. And I think he's hot. I have a frontal lobe that understands character hot, but they're a bad person. Kaido is so cute, by the way, in the last chapter. Because, like I said, Kaido is still, I think, a teen. How old would Kaido be there? What was he, like 16, 17? He was young. When Kaido got the fruit, he was like, look, I'm a dragon! He was really cute. Oh, he was really... Yeah, 19. He was young, that's all I know. He was really cute. I really like Kaido. And people don't share this opinion, and it makes me sad. Is there one I don't get? No. Because I understand women like all types, right? Like, there's not a single one. I know women who like Spandam. Spandam. And while I do not share in that feeling, I see why women like characters like that. I don't like it. Like, I don't like Spandam. But I understand women just have a very diverse taste in the characters that they like. I don't know how, but I just know women have a diverse taste, you know? Actually, God, I always forget how vanilla men's tastes are and things regarding, like, fictional characters and, like, hear me outs. Because I said in a Discord full of my guy friends, I think Pyramid Head is sexy. I said it normally. Normally. I wasn't expecting them to scream and laugh. What? And I was like, what do you mean, what? Like... I literally said to them, what do you mean, what? What are you asking me? Like... And they were like, Pyramid Head! And I had to show them caked up Pyramid Head. Because if I said I like Pyramid Head to a group of women, majority of them wouldn't even blink. They wouldn't even fucking blink. To a group of women or queer folk, they wouldn't even blink. Are we getting it? I know it jiggles. It's a very basic hot man. Exactly, Tsubaki. Exactly. You all know I really like when a character wears a mask. You all know my biggest fucking peeve in media is when a masked character takes their mask off. Oda has once again, by the way, fucked me up with that because when King took his mask off, that's one of the only examples in fiction ever for me. When a character has taken their mask off and I'm not disappointed. I'm telling you, One Piece is like the only media that does that to me. But 99% of the time, when a character who we are introduced to as masked, and they always wear a mask, takes their mask or helmet off, it pisses me off. I don't want to see their face. it is so much more alluring that they just wear like this helmet or this mask. I do prefer Killer with the mask on. I was not disappointed only because we were tricked and I did not know that was Killer. And Oda did a good job with that because I did not know that was Killer. I was fucking gagged. I will never forget that scene where they were being basically waterboarded. And Killer was laughing and Kid was crying and Kid yelled, "What did they do to you, Killer?" I stood up. I fucking stood up. I was like, what? I had no idea that was him. But I do prefer him with the mask on. Anyway, this is basic. This is really basic. And this made a group of guys in a Discord call go, "What? Pyramid Head?" Crazy, right? When that chapter dropped, the fanbase wondered what Luffy would do if he found Zoro like that. We have plenty of examples. He'd do exactly what fucking happened in Whole Cake Island. He'd chase down the person who's doing this shit. Or he'd help in whatever way he can. I think he'd react pretty much the same. Finally start smiling. That's fucking horrendous. That is horrific. Oh my god. Oh my god, look, he's so happy now. Oh, by the way, Elle's in the chat, everyone. I lost a bid on an apartment that I really wanted. I'm pretty sure an investor got it, which means they're probably just gonna rent it out. God, I hate— what a world, what a world. It is fucking crazy that they are just allowed to prioritize, like they don't have to prioritize someone who just wants to live in an apartment or just wants to live in this place, you know? How is that not a law? That if you have someone with an equal bid or a higher bid who just wants to live in the place and not use it as an investment, you must prioritize that person. Like, they want to get people into housing and buying houses, but they don't help us at all. Garp is still in my chat. What are you doing here, old man? What are you doing here? La 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 la. Maybe if Garp punched a celestial dragon, I may change my mind about him. But it's looking more at this point that Roger or Rox will be punching a celestial dragon. Or fucking dragon will punch a celestial dragon. You saw Pyramid Head in the thumbnail. Yeah, I was talking about how hot he is. Dragon did already shoot one, yeah, and that's my man. That's my fucking man. Oh, whoops. Oops, my anarchy symbol. Also, I just saw, here in America, we have news hosts calling for the forced euthanasia of homeless people. That's actual celestial dragon shit. That's comically evil cartoon villain shit. Like, what the fuck? That I would laugh if that were not something that is actually happening. Oh, sorry. Sorry. How's this? How's this? How's this? Hello? Hang on. Ah! Ah! I'll put it at 20. Alright, I think that's good. Yeah, I accidentally pressed a button. Not too quiet? Okay, good. Zip shush. This music is so sultry. Your son looks like a girl! Roger's so sexy. Oh. Oh my god. The Roger part is so unbelievably fucking attractive. It makes me crazy. They would easily make me want to side with pirates. Okay, I'm gonna do this and then I'm gonna be done for today. It's 1:30 a.m. This this music playing as I'm looking at this image of Luffy. I just realized. Wow, how calming. So calm, so nice, so relaxing. Puts me at ease. God. Alright. This music is just as good for Luffy punching a Celestial Dragon. Rise against oppressor core. Defeat capitalism core. Alright. I gotta go. Oh my god, my skin looks so good. I'm so shiny. Oh my god, I'm so beautiful and smooth. Oh, the war is over. I'm normal again. Alright, sorry, my ears are itchy. These things are great to itch my ears with, by the way. Look at these nails. All right. Into my box. Thank you, everyone. I will be streaming again tomorrow on Tuesday. Wednesday, I will probably not stream. Thursday as well. Although I will probably be going under a transformation on Wednesday to Thursday. I'm not telling you what that is or what that means, but you might see something new on me. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna. I don't know what's gonna happen because I'm doing it for the first time ever. So we'll find out. You'll find out. I'm being dummy reversied. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you when I see you. Bye bye. See you tomorrow for editing. Bye bye. Bye.